read out these scratchings and changes, and I'll go straight into the yard, eh? Yeah. No, I'll go as quick as Colin. Keep you on your toes. A very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the King Island Racing Club's Recreational Day. The third last meeting of the season. We have 7 events in total, 5 thoroughbreds and 2 pacing events. Couple of changes to the thoroughbred card. Let's go through those. In race 1, the rider of 4, She's a Beauty, is Thomas Doyle. Race 1, number 4, T. Doyle. Race 2, scratching of 8, Superior Ideology, no rider available. Scratch 8 out of race 2. Rider of 6, Brother Boomer, is Nathan Newton. N. Newton, race 2, number 6. Race 3 is the first of the harness events. It's clear of changes. Race 4, the King Island Dairy Sprint Cup. The rider of 3, May Win is the word, will be Neil Ryan. N. Ryan, race 4, number 3. Race 5 today, the rider of 4, Noodle Soup, is Thomas Doyle. Race 5, number 4, T. Doyle. Race 6 is the feature harness event, the King Island Dairies Flying Mile. It's clear of changes. And in race 7, scratch 7, Miss Bondi, no rider available. The rider of 8, Packs a Punch, is Nathan Newton. In Newton, race 7, number 8. Runners are making their way into the yard for the first event on the program, the Nutrien Ag Solutions Maiden. It's over 1,200 metres. Number 1 in the race is Never Astern for Jim Taylor and Bruno Nido. Has been placed at his last 2 outings. Finished third over the 1,400 metres last start. Runner-up in a Class A over this trip back on Boxing Day. So back into a maiden event over the 1,200 metre trip inside gate for Never Astern. Number 2 is Voodoo Moon for Ian Johnston and Jamie Gibbons. The King Island Cup combination, Ian Johnson and Jamie finished 4th last start behind a Freedy, defeated over 6 lengths, but runner-up in a similar sort of race here, 2 starts ago behind Packs a Punch, defeated a narrow margin on that occasion, and he's in the mix if he can recapture that form. 3 Make False Report for Jim Taylor, a 6-year-old gelding looking for win 1 at start 14. Randy Tan's got the ride from gate 5. Has been just behind the place getters in 2 runs on the island this season. 4, She's a Beauty for Debbie Monson and Thomas Doyle with the late pickup ride. A 9-year-old mare on debut, so interesting to see how she measures up. Connections have certainly been patient with her, and good to see them get this mare to the track today. 5, Tyson's Reef, Tammy Muir prepares. Neil Ryan taking the ride on this gelding, who's been runner-up in 2 of her past 3. Chased home Spy Ninja when sent out the $1.50 favourite here last start. Goes up a kilo in the weights and back out to the 1,200 metre trip. And round out the field of number 6, Alpine Skater from the Chris Diplock stable. Nathan Newton taking the ride. Is having start number 2 today. Finished 4th behind Spy Ninja on debut back on King Island Cup Day. And no doubt will take some benefit from that debut outing. So runners are in the yard for the first event. Jockeys are mounting up. 5, 1, 2, 6. My selections as they head out. On the track now, Nutrien Ag Solutions Maiden, 12:45 advertised start time. Runners have arrived at the gates nice and early for the first event. Nutrient Ag Solutions Maiden, still 5 minutes from advertised start time. Runners have arrived at the 1200 metre point to kick off the day's racing here. Blustery conditions across the course. We've been spoilt with brilliant weather the first few meetings, so hopefully this is the only bad day we get as far as the weather goes, and we can get that out of the way before next week's massive minor stress cup meeting.
Fine. Hi everyone, I'm Audrey Hamer, the President of the King Island Racing Club. Welcome to our race day, Recreational Day. I hope everyone has a wonderful day, but we can't help the weather, but hopefully all the horses behave themselves in the easterly wind. It is supposed to die down later this afternoon, so hopefully it does. So hope everyone has a fantastic day and get your bets on and enjoy.
Just a slight delay ahead of the first event. The farrier just getting the tools out of the bag to work on Never a Stern. Never a Stern undergoing work of the farrier here ahead of the first event on the program. Take note, we've got a late scratching. Number 1, Never a Stern, a late scratching on Vet's advice. Never a Stand, number 1, a late scratching on Vet's advice. Bookmakers to rule a line, deductions to follow after the running of the event. Starting to move in now. Never a Stern's been taken off the track. And the uploading procedure now taking place at the 1200 metre mark. She's a Beauty, the debutant. 9-year-old mare for Deb Monson and Tom Doyle of the late pickup ride. Will be the first runner loaded away. 9/10 of the way in. And the barrier staff have now got the gate shut behind her. All but shut by the look of it. Now they're right. Make false report. Moves into the gates. So 3 more to get set here. Voodoo Moon now ready. Tyson's Reef and Alpine Skater are the last 2. The late scratching Never a Stand. Scratched at the gates on Vet's advice. After requiring farrier attention as Tyson's Reef moves into his gate. And Alpine Skater about to complete the line. So blustery conditions here on King Island for Recreational Day. So they're all in. First event on the program, light flashing away. Sada pulls the lever. They're away in race in the first event. Voodoo Moon was one of the best to begin. Tyson's Reef showing speed, and Make False Report's going to settle in 3rd place in. A gap of a length and a half in the race then to Alpine Skater. And She's a Beauty, the 9-year-old mare on debut, back at the tail end of the field. They head out onto Johnson's Corner in the direction of the 800 metre mark, and Tyson's Reef, the outside, shows the way. A half-length margin. Voodoo Moon's got the inside running second, and they're sprinting hard on Johnson's Corner. Being followed after a gap of 4 lengths in the event to Make False Report, Alpine Skater, and 2 away at the tail, She's a Beauty. Down the side, 550 metres left to travel. And it's Tyson's Reef showing the way, and neck the margin over Voodoo Moon. They're still out by 3 or 4 lengths over Make False Report. Dale's then being followed by Alpine Skater, and last of all, She's a Beauty. Up to the home bend with around 250 metres to travel. Voodoo Moon uses the inside running to full advantage to straighten the length in front. Tyson's Reef in second spot. Out wide running on was Make False Report. Voodoo Moon leads 100 to go. Make False Report the outside putting in a strong challenge. Make False Report raced up to Voodoo Moon, and Make False Report will break the maiden status today, scoring by a half length. Voodoo Moon. Third Alpine Skater from Tyson's Reef, and She's a Beauty at the tail end. Of course, for late scratching at the gates, never astern. We'll have betting deductions in due course. After the running of the Nutrien Ag Solutions maiden over 1,200 metres. 3, 2, 6. 3, 2, 6 are in the frame, with 5 in fourth spot. So Make False Report breaking the maiden status at start 14 by Jungle Ruler from Poppy's Lane, prepared by Jim Taylor. Randy Tan, the winning rider. 6-year-old gelding breaking through for his maiden win, and has done it in fine style over the concluding stages. Defeating 2 Voodoo Moon, Ian Johnson and Jamie Gibbons combining. 6 was third Alpine Skater, Christopher Diplock, and Nathan Newton in the saddle. 4th in 5, Tyson's Reef. Numbers race 1, King Island, 3, 2, 6 and 5 as runners return. Time for the race was 1:11.22. 1:11.22 the time for 1,200 metres. A half length by 1.5 were the margins. A half length by 1.5. 3, 2, 6, 5. As runners return, the scales report won't be too far away on race 1. Correct weight, race 1. Correct weight, 3265. 3265, right to pay, race 1.
Hi everyone. Congratulations to Jimmy Taylor with Make False Report. There was nothing false about today's race. It was all good, and well done to Randy Tan. This is sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions, and we have Gary Sutton representing Nutrient to present the trophy to Susanna, who's come over today.
Yeah, well, I'd like to congratulate Jimmy on getting a good horse going around again, and Susanna for her ride. And part owner, sorry, how dare I?
And Randy.
And Randy the jockey for getting it there. So I'd just like to present this trophy on behalf of Nutrient Ag Solutions, and may you have a good day.
Well, hopefully you come back next week with the plate full. Would you like to say a few words at your first time to King Island?
My first time to King Island and my first time actually seeing my horse win. So that's very exciting. I'm going to thank Jim. He's done an incredible job with the horse. It's a very difficult horse to manage. And it's incredible Jim got a win out of him. So congratulations.
So how did you become part owner of this horse?
So my father-in-law, Peter Foster, used to have the horse, and Jim needed a horse for King Island, and we sent him over here to see if there's a win there.
Excellent. Well, Jim's come through, so I'll hand you over to Jim Taylor, who always loves to say a few words. Thanks, Jim.
Oh, thanks, Ord. I haven't got a great deal to say, except well done to Randy for getting that horse home. It was his first win for this year for Randy and the horse. I had my doubts as to whether he'd ever win a race. I thought he'd be passing away as a maiden. Congratulations to Susanna, Peter and Danielle, and I don't know all the other owners. But Peter Foster's a chap that I send some horses over to, and he runs them in the picnics in Victoria if they're going good enough. So he sent one back to me this year. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and congratulations again all round. And I'd like to welcome all those watching YouTube. So hopefully everyone is enjoying staying at home all around the world, watching YouTube, organised by Wade Roscombe and Jan van Rooswyk. And thank you to those very talented men for organising it all. So get your bets on for the next race, which is the 1800 metre, which is the same as the Cup race last week. So good luck to everyone.
Runners are making their way into the yard for race number 2, the McCallum Ritchie and Kevin Crouch Memorial, Class B, over 1,800 metres. Let's have a look at the 7 contenders in the yard because we do scratch 8 Superior Ideology. 1, Sienna, Ian Johnson, Jamie Gibbons, the King Island Cup winner, looking for back-to-back wins after scoring in the feature event here on January 2. That was the 6-year-old mare's second career win. It's been racing in good form, looking for a winning hat-trick today. And will carry the 65 kilos. So it's gone up from the 59 kilos of the King Island Cup win to the top weight of 65 today. 2 Midnight Kisses for Robert Keys and Thomas Doyle. Put together back-to-back wins last month before finishing 4 lengths behind Sienna when sent out the $2 favourite in the Cup. Comes up with barrier 5 for today's assignment. 3 Mayoral Privileges, Bruno Nito riding for Jim Taylor. Of course, Jim looking for a race-to-race double. He prepared the first race winner, Make False Report. Mayoral Privileges, 3-year-old gelding, broke his maiden status here last start over the 1,600 metres. Goes up in grade and up 1.5 kilos with the weights today. 4 Mr. Zygmunt, another runner prepared by Jim Taylor. Randy Tan taking the ride. Randy did ride the previous winner. Has finished just behind the placings in recent starts. It's got a wide gate to contend with in this 7-horse field. Squash is number 5 for Christopher Diplock and Amy Herman. 8-year-old mare comes up with the inside gate. Placed at her past 2, gets out to the 1,800 metres for the first time this prep. Has been placed at both tries at the distance range in the past. Number 6 is Brother Boomer. Nathan Newton has picked up the ride, replacing the indisposed Ismail Toka. Placed over the 1,200 here too, starts back, finished down the track last start over the mile. And 7 is Fritz, Neil Ryan taking the ride for Robert Keys, a 7-year-old mare who's won 3 of 28 and has recorded a further 10 minor placings, including a last start second behind Mayoral Privileges. Superior Ideology, the scratching, no rider available. Nathan Newton on 6, Brother Boomer, they're heading out race 2. On the track now, McCallum Ritchie and Kevin Crouch Memorial, Class B, handicap 120, start time. Race day on the Gold Coast today, and it had heavy rain, indefinite delay because they've got sand with the track. The track's too slippery. Arriving at the gates, race 2, arriving at the gates, 2 minutes from advertised start time. Starting to move in at the 1800 metres for race 2. Fritz, the first runner, locked away. Squash has had the blindfold attached and is about to be brought into line. Going over the King Island Cup distance here of 1800 metres. Midnight Kisses has joined the line. Squash is in the gates, so half the field set. Scratching here, Superior Ideology number 8. Nathan Newton's picked up the ride on Rubber Boomer, who's out of line. Mayoral Privilege is now set. Mr. Zygmunt coming up. So Brother Boomer and Sienna are the two out of line. Sienna, the King Island Cup winner, is locked and loaded. Brother Boomer about to complete the line. Brother Boomer now in. Attendant clearing the gates. They're all in at the 1800 metres. Starter on his stand. Light flashing away. Gates are back. They're away and racing. Brother Boomer was a fraction slow out. Going to settle back towards the tail. Sienna's showing good early speed and will find the lead after the first 150 metres. Squash in second spot. Midnight Kisses third. Mayoral Privileges settling down in fourth placing from Mr. Zygmunt Fritz. And Brother Boomer back at the tail end of the field. Well, just like the King Island Cup, Sienna up on the speed and bowling along in the leader. Shows the way a length and a half. Squash in second spot, two away third. Midnight Kisses, a similar margin in the event, became Mayoral Privileges. Mr. Zygmunt third from last, followed by Fritz and Brother Boomer. Can see them all as they go past the 1200. It's Sienna showing the way. Out in the lead by 4 lengths. Squash in second spot. 4 away third. Midnight Kisses. A similar margin back to Mayoral Privileges. 3 away Mr. Zygmunt. A similar margin Fritz. And last of all, Brother Boomer. Oh, the best part of 15 to 20 lengths covers them as they head out towards the 800 metre mark. And Sienna for Jamie Gibbons shows the way. 4 lengths the margin, Squash in second spot. Midnight Kisses a length and a half away in third placing, followed by Mayoral Privileges, Mr. Zigman, a break to Fritz, and Brother Boomer at the tail. Down the side of the course in the direction of the 600, Sienna shows the way. Out by 3 or 4 lengths. Midnight Kisses gets up into second spot. Squash third. Mayoral Privileges was next. Mr. Zigman heads the rest. Down the hill, Sienna shows the way, but Midnight Kisses starting to really cut down the margin. Gets within a length and a half of the leader. Mayoral Privileges making ground in third spot. Mr. Zigmund was holding down fourth position as they turn for home. Sienna straightens for leader. A length in front over Midnight Kisses. Mayoral Privileges. Mr. Zigmund to the insides, finishing off strongly. Sienna leads at the 100 metre mark. Midnight Kisses and Mr. Zigmund on the rail. Midnight Kisses and Mr. Zigmund. Midnight Kisses, Mr. Zigmund, they hit the line. Midnight Kisses I think Midnight Kisses just got there over Mr. Zigmund. Sienna was third, followed in by Mayoral Privileges, Brother Boomer, Fritz, and last of all was Squash. Judge a look at the camera to separate Midnight Kisses and Mr. Zigmund, who was getting right through along the inside. Solid tempo in the early and middle stages set it up for a thrilling finish. And it's officially a photo on the McCullum Ritchie and Kevin Crouch Memorial Class B. Two, Midnight Kisses. Robert Keys, Thomas Doyle has defeated 4, Mr. Zigmund, Randy Tan, Jim Taylor. 1, Sienna, third, Ian Johnson, Jamie Gibbons. Mayoral Privileges, number 3 was fourth. Numbers race 2, King Island are 2, 4, 1, 3. 2, 4, 1, 3. Midnight Kisses the winner. A 4-year-old mare by Kiss and Makeup from Silent Harmony. Records win 3 at start 11. Thomas Doyle taking the ride for trainer Robert Keys. 4, Mr. Zigmund second. Randy Tan riding for Jim Taylor. Sienna third. Jamie Gibbons and trained by Ian Johnson. Officially fourth, number 3, Mayoral Privileges. 2, 4, 1, 3. The numbers after race 2 on the program. As runners return. Time for the 1880 metres was 1:53.58. 1:53.58 was the winner's time. Ahead by 2 3/4 for the margin. Ahead by 2 3/4. 2, 4, 1, 3. We await the scales report on race 2. Correct weight, race 2, King Island, correct weight, 2, 4, 1, 3. 2, 4, 1, 3, correct weight.
Hello again, everyone. This race is sponsored by Peter McCallum and in memorial of Kevin Crouch, because they were good mates. So Peter and Faye are here with me. Faye's in the jockeys area and Peter's next to me. Congratulations to Codge, the trainer, and to Tommy Doyle, great little rider, and congratulations to Mick Lehman, the winning owner. So I'll hand you over to Peter to say a few words.
Thank you, Audrey, and congratulations to you and all your committee for keeping the races going here on King Island. And we're very pleased to be able to sponsor this race in Kevin's memory. Kevin managed our property here for quite a number of years, and sadly he passed away at the end of last year. And it was wonderful to see the race won by Codge and his team down there, because Donna's working for us now up on our place. So it's been a good result all around. So congratulations to you, Codge, and to everyone associated. Thanks very much, Audrey.
Thank you very much, Peter, for sponsoring and looking after our King Island Racing Club. I'll just hand you over to the trainer, Codge Keys. We know stuff stable.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you, Peter, and Kevin Crouch. Used to know him quite well. He's a good bloke. This is another nice one from Mick. He rang me this morning. He's on the way to Queensland, so I don't even know if he watched this one, and he even wanted to have a bet, and I said, no, we'll leave it for next week, so he's not going to be happy. To everyone from down the Gunya crew, thank you. Tommy, good ride. We might have got caught a little bit napping last week, but shit happens. Thank you to all the Gunya crew again, to the race club, and for everyone turning up today. Thank you.
Thanks, Codge. Once again, congratulations all round to all the connections. Thank you. And thanks again, Peter. And Faye. Just like to remind everyone about the ticket that you were given at as you enter by the Lions ladies to write your name on the ticket for a $50 gift prize from Anna at the K&K mobile food van here to my left. So it's a $50 if you're here after the last race. So put your name on it and put it in the box. And also, if you would like a ticket in our raffle, Sonia Hassing is walking around selling raffle tickets. So first prize for this week is a $100 cash donation. Second prize is a $70 voucher from King Island Distillery, Heidi Waitchens, who's my sister. She's sponsored every week for the 7 meetings, so thank you to Heidi. Then there's King Island Dairies, who's also sponsored every race day, so that's a $50 gift voucher from King Island Dairies, so thank you to those. And then we've got King Island Brew House, also a $50 voucher. So thank you very much to Corey and Sarah for donating to the race club. And then thank you to Kelly Lancaster, who's donated 2 bottles of nice bubbly. So there's a few prizes today. So dig deep and you've got to be in it to win it. So see Sonia, or if you can't find her, you're welcome to come to the Secretary's office. Heather, our fantastic Secretary-Treasurer, is in there and she's happy to take anybody's money. Thank you very much.
Runners are in the yard, race 3. PS Peter Shane Pace. It's a no more than one lifetime win event over the mile trip. Interesting debutant here, number 1, Canberra Flash. Shane Keeler trains and drives. He's a 4-year-old gelding by If I Had Your Luck from Sports Park on debut. Takes on some handy paces here, so best of luck to the connections, and hopefully they can get half of their Tasbred bonus in the upcoming meetings, and hopefully it's only 10 or so minutes away. Number 2, Nicker Grin. Wayne Hamer driving for Sam Keeley. 6-year-old gelding who recorded his first win 8 days ago at Scottsdale in Tasmania. It was a standing start event. Stepped on top, raced clear of the field, and won by a big margin. At some stages of that race, he was 60 metres in front. And since that win, he's had a boat trip across and engaged here. 3, Who's Watching Now? Paul Williams driving for Shane Keeler. Has been placed at his last 3 starts, including a second behind Tizu Sky over the 1680 metres here on January 2. So similar conditions to the last start effort. 4 is Tizu Sky, who broke through for her maiden win here last week, leading all the way, or a fortnight ago, I should say. Had the race ran on her own terms in the lead. Damien Spring taking the drive for Paula Mellinson. 5, Pawnbroker's Lad, James Jakowenko driving for Peter Jakowenko. A 4-year-old Entire, who's been placed at his past 3. He's just under 2 metres behind Tizu Sky in a bunched-up finish here last start. And 6, Our Ideal Fella, the stablemate. Peter driving this 5-year-old gelded son of American Ideal himself. Did a little bit wrong soon after the start here at the most recent outing on January 2. So if he produces his best manners, he's in the mix, but you'd want to improve those manners on last start. So they're in the yard. Race number 3 today is due to start at 1:55. Heading out now, PS Peter Shane Pace, start time 1:55. sheet. You just should put it to Tas Race and then share the link. Number 4. I reckon might have got a flat tyre or something. No, Damien Spring from Tassie. Arriving at the starting point, race 3. A sulky change taking place on Tizu Sky. The new sulky being brought over to that 6-year-old mare. As the remainder of the field arrive at the starting point. Still a couple of minutes away from advertised start time. 2 harness events today over 1609 metres. Of course, it's a sprint theme today. We've got the King Island Dairy Sprint Cup for the Thoroughbreds as our next event after this, race 4. And our second harness event is set down as race 6, the King Island Dairy's Flying Mile. Track record for the harness over the mile is 2.9. Honest John recorded that. at this meeting back in 2001. So certainly a slick time for a pacer on a turf surface. So the sulky change on Tizu Sky has almost been complete. Driver Damien Spring getting back into the sulky on the last start winner. And now that's complete. The mobile driver and the starter getting back into the vehicle. About to score up. This is the PS, Peter Shane Pace, going over 1 mile. And the field getting in behind the mobile barrier. Just over 1 lap of the track. Just about ready. Race number 3. First of the harness events today. Stand by for a start. At release point, the green light's up. They're away and racing. Cambo Flash off the inside is showing good speed. Nicker Grin, and Who's Watching Now makes a row of 3 out of the home straight. Our Ideal Fella behind those with Tizu Sky, and Pawnbroker's Lad from the wide draw was taken out to the tail end of the fielder. It's the fair starter, Cambro Flash, showing the way up the side of the course, a half length for margin. In second spot, Who's Watching Now, and Our Ideal Fella from the inside of a second row draw pushed through to be behind the leader in third spot. followed by Nicker Green. The last start, Scottsdale winners lobbed in a lovely spot, 1 out and 1 back, followed by Tizu Sky. And Pawnbroker's Lad is at the tail end of the field. So they're making their way in the direction of the 1100 metre mark. They're about to go over the crossing. Cambro Flash shows the way, the narrowest of margins over Who's Watching Now. Our Ideal Fella gets a lovely run in third spot, as does Nicker Green in the 1 out 1 back position. Tizu Sky second from last, and Pawnbroker's Lad at the tail end of the field. They head out onto Johnson's Corner in the direction of the 800 metre mark. They're almost at halfway. The 4-year-old gelding, Cambro Flash, shows the way. A half-neck the margin. Who's Watching Now in second spot. Third on the inside was Our Ideal Fella, and Nicker Green, the 6-year-old gelding, gets the run of the race, 1 out and 1 back. Second from last on the inside was Tizu Sky. The outside was Pawnbroker's Lad. Down the side of the course, 600 metres left to travel. Cambo Flash just being shaded again by Who's Watching Now, the outside. That was then being followed by Our Ideal Fella. Nicker Green in fourth place in. Back in the field, second from last, Tizu Sky, and over on the outside, Pawnbroker's Lad. Down the hill, 400 metres left to travel. It's Who's Watching Now, just in front over Cambo Flash, who's got the inside running. Nicker Green, the earplugs are released. He's peeling 3 horses wide. Pawnbroker's Lad 4 wide as they swing, followed by Our Ideal Fella and Tizu Sky in the home straight. Who's Watching Now is in front, 150 to go. Trying hard, Cambo Flash again on the inside. Nicker Green and Pawnbroker's Lad down the outside. Cambo Flash was headed at the top of the straight, has rallied back and will score on debut. Cambo Flash too good for Who's Watching Now. Pawnbroker's Lad got up for third. Photo fourth between Tizu Sky and Nicker Green. Our Ideal Fella saw them all safely home. Cambro Flash on debut. Has been too good here in the PSP to Shane Pace. Clearly headed by the stablemate Who's Watching Now, and has rallied off the canvas to score number 1. 3, Who's Watching Now, has finished second. 5, Pawnbroker's Lad third. 2, Nicker Green was fourth. 1, 3, 5 and 2 in the frame on race 3. Cambro Flash the winner. Shane Keeler, the winning trainer and driver of his 4-year-old gelded son of If I Had Your Luck from Sports Park. Owned and bred by the King Islanders. Of course, a decision by Tas Racing a couple of years ago to only give the King Island races half of their Tas bred bonus. A little bit disappointing, but on the strength of that win, I'm sure they will pick up the other half of that bonus on mainland Tasmania after the conclusion of the season. 3, Who's Watching Now second, giving Shane Keeler the training Quinella. Paul Williams took the drive. 5, Pawnbroker's Lad was officially third. James and Peter Jakowenko combining. Nicker Green was officially fourth. 1, 3, 5 and 2. Time for the mile was 2:11.71. 2:11.71 the time. 1.6 of a metre. The winning margin, 0.4 of a metre between second and third. 1.6 by 0.4. 1, 3, 5 and 2. Runners return after race 3. All clear. All clear's up. Race 3, King Island. All clear. 1, 3, 5, 2. 1, 3, 5, 2. All clear right to pay. Race 3.
Peter Worm Watson, are you around to come and present the trophy, please? Seeing as you're a sponsor again, or Shane Williams, hooker? Well, that was an exciting run. The mobiles are always very exciting to watch. Congratulations to Ian Stiles, Mari Keeler and Laura Keeler, and to Shane Keeler as a driver. And thank you to Peter and Shane for sponsoring the race. So I'll hand you over to Peter to say a few words.
I'd just like to present this trophy to Ian and Laura. It's a bit different me trying to present a trophy. We like getting them, but anyway. And Shane, me and Shane just sponsored this race, old cray fisherman. So here we are, your trophy.
Thanks, Worm and Shane, for donating the trophy. Obviously, the first start, they're pretty hard to win first up. But Shane's done a terrific job with this horse. He broke him in and he got him going. And to try first up, terrific. Well, thank you. I'd just also like to thank John Cleland for helping us out. I mean, the horse has been crook all his life, and we had times that we was going to put him down, but we kept going. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and congratulations once again to all the connections. And I'd just like to say a few thank yous. Like with the mobile start, there's a lot of people involved in keeping that old F100 going. Thank you to Warren Fisher and Shane Graves for always making sure it's in top condition for the mobile. And thank you also to Boyd Hoare, who sits on the back and telling them when to go. So, so it's a lot of work keeping everything together, and I'd just like to say thank you. And the next one's also a mobile start as well, the next pace. So the next one's a gallop, so get your bets on, and please don't forget to buy a raffle ticket and put your tickets in the box for the $50 draw. Thank you to everyone.
Runners are in the yard. Race 4 today is the feature on the thoroughbred card, the King Island Dairy Sprint Cup, a field of 7 to go round. Kookaburra carries the number 1 saddlecloth, of course a winner here back on December 17 over the 1200 metres. Then stepped up to the 1400 metres, was runner-up behind Master Montecito here last start, so drops back in trip. Has recorded 5 wins, 2 of those this track and distance. Number 2, Master Montecito, Chris Diplock prepares, Nathan Newton taking the ride. Looking for another wins, put together a winning hat-trick at his last 3. They've all been over the 1200 metre trip. And he's certainly racing in good form and one of the main chances here. 3, May Win is the word. Rowan Hamer prepares. And will be ridden by the replacement jockey in Neil Ryan. A winner over 1400 metres, 2 starts back, contested the King Island Cup over the 1800 metres, so drops a long way back in trip today. Has won at the distance previously. Number 4, Axel Batch Folly, a winner here over this trip 3 starts ago. Placed here 2 runs back before finishing down the track last start. Lightly raced, having start 6 today. 5, Avita, who's already heading to the gates in the red and white colours for Robert Keys and Thomas Doyle. Scored over the 1,000 metres when sent out the 160 favourite here 2 starts ago. Then contested a Class B when finishing down the track back on January 2, but as we touched on, has a win at this distance range. 6 is Spy Ninja, who recorded his maiden win here over the trip last time out, scoring by 2 lengths over Tyson's Reef. Jamie Gibbons taking the ride for Ian Johnston. And number 7, Wandrity in the white cap. A 4-year-old mare who's been placed at a last 2 over this distance. Amy Hammond taking the ride. And like Spy Ninja, gets in with 56 kilos. So they're on the track now. Race number 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, my numbers here, for the King Island Dairies Sprint Cup for 2023. Heading to the gates now for the King Island Dairy Sprint Cup, start time at 2:30. Arriving at the gates. Take note, we've got a late scratching. Number 4, Axel Batch Volley, a late scratching on Vet's advice. Number 4, Axel Batch Volley, a late scratching on Vet's advice. Bookmakers to rule the line, deductions to follow after the running of the event. Starting to move in now. King Island Dairies Sprint Cup. Axel Batch Volley, the late scratching on Vet's advice. Master Montecito now has the inside gate. Maywin is the word, loaded away. Wanjidi in the white cap to distinguish that runner from the stablemate Master Montecito, who's got the yellow. Kookaburra coming up. She's loaded away. Spy Ninja, the last start winner, will be the next one to be brought into line. And Avita about to come up riderless and complete the line. So the last one coming up, that is Avita, 5-year-old mare, having her 13th start today. Thomas Doyle about to jump back into the saddle. And they're all in for the 2023 King Island Dairy Sprint Cup. 1,000 metres the journey. Light flashing away on top of the barriers. Starter holding them. Gates are back. They're away and racing in the Sprint Cup, and Wanjidi was the first to get going. And will take up the lead. Spy Ninja moving up alongside in second spot. Master Montecito third. The inside of Maywin is the word. Kookaburra second from last. Avita at the tail end of the field. Down the side, 700 metres to go. Wanjidi shows the way. A narrow margin, Spy Ninja. 2 away third was Maywin is the word. The outside of Master Montecito. Kookaburra back in the race with Avita. They're at the tail end. 500 metres left to travel. Spy Ninja the outside. Drew a half length clear over Wanjidi. Into third spot was Maywin is the word. Out wider on the track, Kookaburra, Avita, and Master Montecito on the rails. They swing for home. 200 metres left to travel. Spy Ninja straightens for leader. Wanjadi the inside, trying hard. Maywin is the word, and Kookaburra down the outside, finishing off strongly. Good finish coming up. Wanjadi the inside. Master Montecito getting through that field. Wanjadi, Master Montecito, Wanjadi. Wanjadi defeated the stablemate Master Montecito. Third, Maywin is the word. Photo for fourth between Spy Ninja and Kookaburra out wider on the track. And Avita was back at the tail end. Stablemates battle out the King Island Dairies Sprint Cup for 2023. Trainer Chris Diplock doesn't have to worry about the result because he has trained the Quinella. And the judge will confirm that order in a moment's time. Here come the numbers. 7, Wanjadi. 2, Master Montecito. And 3, Maywin is the word. 7, 2, 3 and 6, the numbers on race 4. Wanjadi, ridden by Amy Herman. Prepared by Chris Diplock. 4-year-old mare, breaking her maiden status in King Island's Premier Sprint race at start 12. 2, Master Montecito second. Nathan Newton riding for Chris Diplock. 3, Maywin is the word. Finished third, Neil Ryan taking the ride for Rowan Hamer. Number 6, Spy Ninja officially fourth. 7, 2, 3 and 6, the judges' placings on the King Island Dairy Sprint Cup. Time for the race was 58.28. 58.28. So well outside Deb Sarar's track record of 57.14. The winning margin was ahead 1 1/4 between second and third. Ahead by 1 1/4 on race 4. Correct weight. Correct weight, race 4, 7236. 7236, correct weight, race 4.
Congratulations to Shane Bottomley, the owner of this horse. Chris Diplock, his mate, is training it over here for him. And well done to Amy for a great ride. It was a great win. And this is the King Island Dairies Flying Mile Sprint Cup. King Island Dairies Sprint Cup. So congratulations to all, and thank you very much to King Island Dairies for sponsoring, for continuing to sponsor. We've just got to get everyone right here for a photo. Excellent. The horse stood still for long enough to get a good photo. So I've got Brett Highland here to present the trophies. We've got one for you too. Yeah, so thank you very much, Brett. I think Brett's been at King Island Dairies for 30 years.
I've been with the business for 30 years, Ord. Last 16 on King Island, and 14 years prior to that in at the Burnie site. But so yeah, it's been a while. So on behalf of King Island Dairy, we're proud to keep sponsoring the races. Been doing it for a long time now, and it's good to see it still continuing. Congratulations to the owners and the connections. Congratulations, Jamie, on a great ride. And thank you very much.
Yeah, so Brett, we'll get you to present all the trophies to the owner, the jockey, and the trainer has just gone down there, but Shane will take his. So I'll hand you over to Brett once more.
Thank you, Ord. Yeah, like I said, congratulations, mate. It's a great run. Great ride, Jamie. Well done. Thank you. I was really, I had a horse in the race myself, so I was hoping I could present it to myself, but it's the way racing goes, eh? But congratulations. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much. No, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for sponsoring the race. It's good to win one over here. Well done, Amy, for a good ride. Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot for the King Island Race Club for putting it on. Thank you.
Thank you to Shane. And Shane's one of the trainers that contacted me right at the beginning when I put that post out on Facebook that King Island Racing was in dire straits. We needed trainers and strappers and also some horses. So Shane came on board with Chris Diplock. So and he's here today with his family, staying here for a few nights. And it's great to have the support from the mainland trainers because we need it. We just don't have enough locals anymore coming up into racing. All the trainers that we have are still going, and they've been going for a long time, like Jimmy Taylor, he's in his 59th year. And so thank you to all the local trainers that continue to train this year and to the trainers that came in from away. And next week, remember that we do have the Miners' Cup Rest, which is going to be a very, very big day. So we're all looking forward to that. And also, we had some stubby holders made. Thank you to Bill Hayes for emailing the photos to Cool Stubbies for me. And we've got Yeah, the King Island Pacing Cup and the King Island Galloping Cup winners on new stubby holders, which are $10 each at the top bar and the bottom bar. So if you want to get around it, just purchase yourself a great stubby holder. So thank you to everyone once again. And the next race is a pace, I think. I have to get my book.
Runners are in the yard now. Race 5, Tarling Porter Maiden handicap over 1,400 metres. A small field of 5 to go around here. Lenny's Ready is number 1. Christopher Diplock trains. Nathan Newton taking the ride. 4-year-old mare who was placed here behind Midnight Kisses. Going back 3 starts ago, Midnight Kisses a winner of an early event today. He's finished 4th in 2 subsequent outings over the 1,600 metres. Drops back to the 1,400 this afternoon. 2 Serene Highness, Christopher Diplock prepares. Amy Herman riding. It's been behind the placings in recent runs and remains at maiden grade. 3 Sniper Strike, Jim Taylor, Randy Tan. It's been placed in 2 of his past 3, including a second placing behind Afridi. Defeated the narrowest of margins here on Cup Day. 4 Noodle Soup, Tom Doyle has picked up the ride. Debbie Monson prepares. Is a 4-start maiden who recorded her first placing over the 1,000 metres 2 starts ago. Jumps back up to the 1,400 metres today. And Pummel, number 5, rounds out the field for Bruno Nide and Jim Taylor, a 3-year-old gelding who's had 4 starts, yet to record a placing. And if you follow the Minor Stress Cup social media pages, they suggest he may struggle to find the winners list. So fingers crossed he can improve his form ahead of the Minor Stress Cup here next Saturday. They're heading out. This is race 5. On the track now, race 5, Tarling Porter Maiden handicap over 1,400 metres. A field of 5 to start at 5 minutes after 3. At the gates. About to move up. Race 5. Tarling Porter Maiden over 1,400 metres. Needle Soup, the first runner, loaded away. Serene Highness moves up. Pummel about to move into his gate. Lenny's ready. And Sniper Strike will be the last. So Sniper Strike about to complete the line. Doesn't want to play the game at present. He's the most experienced competitor in this field. He's had 13 starts. And now he's loaded in. So the Tarling Porter Maiden is race 5, 1,400 metres. Light flashing away on top of the gates. Intendant getting in with Noodle Soup. Starter pulls the lever. They're away and racing at the 1,400. Noodle Soup off the inside began smartly. Serene Highness showing speed and Pummel out 3 wide in the early stages. Followed by Sniper Strike, and Lenny's Ready was taken out to the tail. 1,100 metres left to travel. Serene Highness, the 6-year-old mare, shows the way, and a length and a quarter the margin. Pummel in second spot. A similar margin back to Sniper Strike in third placing. Noodle Soup on the inside is second from last, and Lenny's Ready is at the tail end of the fielder. They head out onto Johnson's Corner over around 850 metres left to travel, and Serene Highness, a 6-year-old mare, looking to break the maiden status at start 11 today. He's out in the lead by 2.5. Pummel in second spot. Sniper Strike, I should say, holding down third. Followed in the event by Noodle Soup, and Lenny's Ready at the tail end. 600 metres left to travel. Serene Highness making every post a winning one. Shows the way by 2 lengths. Around the outside was Sniper Strike, who moves up into second placing from Pummel. Lenny's Ready is back towards the tail end of the field with Noodle Soup a fair 3 or 4 lengths away. Up to the home bend, 300 to travel, and Serene Highness travels strongly. A length and a quarter in front. Sniper Strike in second spot. Lenny's Ready up to third from Pummel. They're in the home straight. Serene Highness being joined on the outside by Sniper Strike. Sniper Strike put the head in front inside the 100-metre mark. Out wide, trying hard, Lenny's Ready, but Sniper Strike just in front and clings on. Sniper Strike over Lenny's Ready. Pummel was third, followed in by Serene Highness, and Noodle Soup a distant last. Stand by for official placings after the running of race 5, the Tarling Porter Maiden. It's number 3, Sniper Strike, breaking his maiden status at start 14 for Randy Tan and Jim Taylor. 5-year-old gelded son of Glass Harmonium from Miss Grey Goose. Taking out the running of race 5. 1, Lenny's Ready, Christopher Diplock and Nathan Newton was second. 5, Pummel third, Jim Taylor and Bruno Nito. Serene Highness, number 2, was officially fourth. Numbers race 5, King Island are 3, 1, 5 and 2. Time for the race was 1:27. 1:27. And the margins were a neck by 3/4 of a length. A neck by 3/4 of a length were the margins as runners return after the running of the Tarling Porter Maiden Handicap. Correct weight, 3152. 3152, right to pay on race 5.
Oh, no, I better keep that. You put it down.
Thanks.
We'll appreciate that.
Congratulations to Jim Taylor, the winning trainer, and to Randy Tan, who's ridden a double today. Thank you very much once again to the Tarling Porter. They've given us a generous amount of money this year, so we've given them 3 races so far as sponsors. They supply a lot of King Island builders with all sorts of materials, and it all gets freighted here for the builders to do their building. So once again, thank you to the Tile Importer, who are also a sponsor of one of the 6 horses from the Ballarat Syndicate. So I don't know if they'll be here next week, but congratulations again to Jimmy Taylor, winning trainer. So I'll hand you over to Jim to say a few words as trainer and on behalf of the owners from TRT.
Thanks, Howard. On behalf of Tim and Cody, fellas that own this little horse, thanks very much to Tile Importers for sponsoring the race. Thanks very much to Randy, who's finally opened his account and has a double now on King Island, and has been a long time waiting for this little grey horse to win a race for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim Taylor. So the next race is again sponsored by King Island Dairy. It's a pace race, the King Island Dairy Flying Mile, which is another mobile start. So once again, thank you to Sonia Hassing for walking around and selling raffle tickets. Thank you to all the patrons that have purchased a ticket to support our club. And don't forget to put your ticket in the bar for the $50 draw. And I hope everyone is enjoying our YouTube video footage all around the world. So, so enjoy the rest of your day.
Runners are making their way into the parade yard for the running of race 6. It's actually the richest race in the program today, and it's our feature harness event as well. The King Island Dairies Flying Mail. A field of 7 to go round here, including number 1, Alcatraz. Shane Keeler looking for a driving double on the card. He takes the drive for Paul Williams. Paul, we've 3 runners engaged in this race. Alcatraz recorded his second career win here on Boxing Day. Only 1.3 of a metre behind Tizu Storm in the Cup here on January 2. Back to mobile start conditions for today's assignment. 2 is Elegantly Spoken. Wayne Hamer driving for Sam Keeley. Of course, Adrian Collins has commitments with Tas Racing's live stream in Launceston tonight. And that has paved the way for Wayne Hamer to take the drive on this 9-year-old gelded son of Well Said, who was 4th behind Tizu Storm in the Cup here last start, just behind the placings on that occasion. That was over the 38 metre trip, so drops back to the mile today. 3 is Arc Fury. Peter Jakowenko, the trainer driver of this 8-year-old gelding. You'll know your chances early with him. He has a habit of being a little bit rough in the score up and being out of position. He did everything right here last start on January 2, but did do a little bit of work in the run when finishing down the track behind Tizu Sky. He has won 2 races in a 42-start career. Number 4, Tizu Storm, is the King Island Cup winner from January 2. Lovely drive by Paul. It was a drive of confidence up outside the leader, and it's been racing consistently this season. Number 5, My Flying Spare, Ian Johnston, is driving for Peter Jakowenko. It's failed to beat a runner home his last 2. The wide gate over the sprint trip, not ideal, but does drop back to the mobile start after several runs off handicaps in standing start races. 6 is Fighting Fire. James Jakowenko driving for Peter Jakowenko, the 3rd of the Jakowenko prepared runners in this race. Galloped out here last time in the King Island Cup, which put pay to his chances, and another that should appreciate getting back to the mobile. And albeit the second row, getting off that front line, it would certainly be an advantage instead of chasing off 20-metre handicaps. And Rock and Roll Nitro, who was the favourite when I walked past the betting ring, his first defeat of the season was in the King Island Cup here, where he finished second behind Tizu Storm. He started off a 40-metre handicap on that occasion, so he won't know himself lining up on the second row of the front. They're in the parade yard. They'll be heading out shortly for the running of the King Island Dairies Flying Mail for 2023. Heading out now, King Island Dairies Flying Mail for 2023. Start time at 3:40 for the running of race 6. At the starting point for the 2023 King Island Dairies Flying Mile. Just gone past advertised start time for the running of the King Island Dairies Flying Mile. 1609 metres the distance. Of course, harness racing very Americanised. They measure things in miles, half miles and quarter miles. Hence why we're racing over 1609 metres. And these runners will be scoring up to the King Island Trail Rides Mobile in a moment's time. Distance of a mile. It's just over one lap of the track. Starting around 50 to 60 metres before the winning post. And then they'll turn out of the straight and complete one circuit. So the starter jumping back into the mobile cabin. Arc Fury being a bit fractious in the early part of the scorer. And it's not participating too well, but the remainder of the field score up in the desired manner, so it's likely they'll go without Arc Fury. He's going back in the other direction. Scoring up now, but he's going to miss the start, the best part of 100 metres or so. On his own accord, the rest of the field set. King Island Dairies Flying Mile for 2023. Arc Fury tailed off by Flying Spare. He's out of position as the green light is activated. They're away and racing, and Alcatraz off the inside began fast and will hold out elegantly spoken into the first bend. Tizu Storm caught 3 horses wide. Fighting Fire pushing through to hold the spot behind the leader. Rock and Roll Nitro currently in the 1 out, 1 back position. A break in the field then to My Flying Spare. And if you're on Arc Fury, your tickets are confetti. They head to the far side of the course with around 1,300 metres to travel. And it's Alcatraz just in front, being shaded the outside by Tizu Storm. And there's not much between them. They're going stride for stride. Behind the leader in third place in Fighting Fire. Elegantly Spoken gets a lovely run, 1 out and 1 back. Followed in the event by the short price favourite, Rock and Roll Nitro. And you can forget the other 2. My Flying Spare would be 100 metres off the second last horse and a further 80 metres away to Arc Fury, who's at the tail end of the field. The main body head out onto Johnson's Corner with around 850 metres left to travel. And it's a 5-year-old gelding Alcatraz showing the way. Shane Keeler looking for a double on the harness card this afternoon. The margins are half neck. Tizu Storm, the King Island Cup winner in second spot, doing it the hard way. Third behind the leader was Fighting Fire, 1 out and 1 back, Elegantly Spoken. And last of the main body, Rock and Roll Nitro. Down the side of the course, 600 metres left to travel. Alcatraz just in front from Tizu Storm. Third, the inside Fighting Fire from Elegantly Spoken, and taking off 3 horses wide was Rock and Roll Nitro. Damien Spring makes his move on the Popular Elect, and he's moving up stylishly to put the head in front, passing the 400 metre mark. So it's Rock and Roll Nitro, draw neck clear. Tizu Storm in second spot. Going a little bit roughly there behind him was Alcatraz. Out wider on the track was Fighting Fire with Elegantly Spoken, but they're in the home straight, and Rock and Roll Nitro straightens for leader, 15 metres in front. Battle for the minor money only. Fighting Fire. Tizu Storm getting through on the inside. He's switching off Rock and Roll Nitro. Tizu Storm's getting right through on the inside, and Tizu Storm will take out the Flying Mail, defeating Rock and Roll Nitro, who had it won before shortening stride halfway down the straight. Fighting Fire for third. Elegantly Spoken was next, followed in by Alcatraz. My Flying Spare is going to cross the finish line right now, and Arc Fury hits the line in last placing now. Well, the bookmaker Howie went from counting his losses to winnings when the short price favourite straightened with a handy break and looked to have the King Island Dairies Flying Mile all parcelled up. But he has peaked on the run dramatically over the concluding stages, and Tizu Storm takes out the feature race double, of course, the King Island Cup, and now the King Island Dairies Flying Mile. Paul Williams trains and drives this 5-year-old gelding, who today records win number 4 at start 6. 7, Rock and Roll Nitro second. Damien Spring, Paul Williams. 6, Fighting Fire. James and Peter Jacowenko third. 2, Elegantly Spoken fourth. Numbers race 6, King Island, 4-7-6-2. 4-7-6-2 as they return. Tizu Storm the winner. Paul Williams trains and reigns. 5-year-old gelded son of Heston Blue Ship from Tizu Holly, and is having a wonderful season, taking out the King Island Cup, King Island Dairies Flying Mile double. 7, Rock and Roll Nitro, the stablemate second. Damien Spring, Paul Williams. 6, Fighting Fire third. James Jacowenko driving for his father Peter. Officially fourth was number 2, Elegantly Spoken. 4, 7, 6 and 2. The judges' placings on race 6. Time for the mile was 2:10.39. 2:10.39 the time. The winning margin was 1 metre, 0.3 of a metre, separated second and third. 1 metre by 0.3 of a metre. As the runners return, and we'll check out on the payout signal in just a moment as the last of the runners returns back to scale. Hold all tickets race 6, driver of Fighting Fire, James Jacowenko, wishes to utilise his rights in reviewing the Stewards Patrol films, so a delay to all clear. On race 6, it's hold all tickets. On the King Island Dairies Flying Mile, hold all tickets. All clear. All clears through on race number 6. All clear, 4762. 4762, all clear right to pay.
So do all the owners of Skid Road would like to come in to receive the trophies? So congratulations once again to Paul Williams, the driver and the trainer. Congratulations to all the owners, like Skid Road. There's a bunch of blokes. And they'll have a good time once again after this one. And once again, thank you to King Island Dairy for continuing to sponsor the Flying Mile. And yeah, and they did fly home. It was great to see. The roar on the hill was great to hear. So come in, everyone. Yeah, Wayne, he's part owner as well, but he's not up here yet. So I'll hand you over to Brett Highland, who is representing King Island Dairy because he's been there with them for 30 years. Here we go, Brett.
Thank you, Audrey. Once again, King Island Dairy is proud to continue sponsoring this race. I know I'm not sure on the length of time, but it's been a very long time they've been sponsoring this race. Congratulations to the owners who are having a fantastic season. Very well deserved, and well done and enjoy. Well, it's slippery.
Yeah, all right, that was a pretty good race. We really thought Janine Dawes would win that by the length of the straight as it's been going, and no, it was ended up being a good race, good drive by Doctor. So, I'd like to thank King Island Dairies for the trophies. Quite good, beyond Doctor's mantelpiece. So, thanks very much.
Yeah, once again, congratulations and thank you, King Island Dairies, for sponsoring. And, well done, everyone, once again. So we have the last race coming up now, the last gallop for the day.
just take note in the final event on the program, Paxa Punch number 8 will be ridden over the allocated weight due to the shortage of jockeys. Connections are happy for Nathan Newton to ride over the allocated weight, so Paxa Punch will carry extra weight in the final event. We scratch 7, Miss Bondo, no available rider. Start time for the last 4:15.
After the last race, we'd like to take an up-to-date photo of all our life members, which they're all here today except for Rod McGarvey at the moment. So after the last race, could we have all the life members come down here to the mounting yard for Bill Hayes to take a photo? It'd be just great to have an up-to-date photo of all our members. Thank you.
Runners making their way into the yard for the final event on the program, the Nutrien Harcourts Trophy. Scratching of 7, Miss Bondi, 8 scratching. No available rider, 8 packs a punch. Will be ridden by Nathan Newton, who will ride over the allocated weights with no available jockeys. Woods Point kicks us off, number 1. He was a winner here last start. That was back on December 10 over the 1,400 metres. It was first up for just under a year on that occasion. Goes into this event second up. Is a win to his credit, track and distance. Of course, he's won 7 from 27. He's been a nice horse for his connections throughout his career to date. 2 Just Clever Boy. Another runner prepared by Tammy Muir. Randy Tan taking the ride on this, gelding from the inside gate. His last start over 1,400 metres was 3 runs back, where he was too good for Midnight Kisses, who strengthened that form line by winning today. Drops back in trip after contesting the King Island Cup over the 1,800 at his last start. 3 Afridi for Robert Keys and Jamie Gibbons is the last start winner, track and distance. Tom Doyle rode on that occasion. He's jumped off today to ride the stablemate, so punters may follow that lead. That stablemate being number 4, Panda's Nosy Boot. Another runner from the Robert Keys stable, finished 5th behind Sienna in the Cup. A win over the mile here, 3 starts back, and Tom Doyle, as we touched on, had been the regular rider of Afridi, and he's jumped off the Panda's Nosy Boot, so punters may follow that lead. 5 Lycomosh, Jim Taylor, Bruno Nido combined. They're looking for another winner today. Of course, Jimmy Taylor prepared to make false report to win race 1. And he also had success with Sniper Strike. Both winners of those duo were ridden by Randy Tam, but he teams up with Bruno Nido here. Placed his last 2, a win over this trip when breaking the maiden status, 3 runs back. 6 Congratulate, Chris Diplock, Amy Herman combined. 7-year-old mare who finished down the track in the King Island Cup last start. Drops in the weights here, placed the 2 runs prior. We scratched 7 Miss Bondi and 8 Packs a Punch. Nathan Newton picking up the ride. On the winner here from Boxing Day, was too good for his rivals when sent out one of the popular elects and was third behind Master Montecito at his most recent outing. A field of 7 contesting our last event, the Nutrien Harcourts Trophy, and the start time is 4:15 for our final event. On the track, final event, Nutrien Harcourts Trophy, scratching a Miss Bondi, and start time 4:15. At the gates for the last, at the gates. Moving in now. Final event on the program. Just Clever Boy, the first runner, locked away. He packs a punch. Moving into his gate. Thomas Doyle's mount, Panda's Nosy Boot coming into line. Thomas currently leading the Jockeys Premiership here this season. Sponsored by Group 6 Medals. The first prize is $500. $300 for second, $200 for third. So the Jockeys Premiership will no doubt go down to the line with a prize like that attached. There wouldn't be too many race clubs in Australia with a Jockeys Premiership prize like that, so I'm sure that'll be sought after. Now here's Woods Point coming up. And Freedy, the 4-year-old gelding, about to complete the line. Last event on the program, Nutrien Harcourt's Trophy, over 1,400 metres. They're all in, light on. Stand by for the last. Good luck with your investments. Starter pulls for lever, they're away. Panda's Nosy Boot a fraction slowly out. It's going to settle back towards the tail. Leica Mosh is showing good speed and will find the lead as they head out onto the first bend. Congratulating second spot is Clever Boy, third from the stablemate Woods Point, a length away. Followed by Paxa Punch with a Freedy, and last of all Panda's Nosy Boot. Making their way along the far side of the course with just over 1,000 metres to travel. And the 5-year-old mare, Leica Mosh, shows the way a half length, congratulating second spot. Third, the stablemates, Just Clever Boy, the inside of Woods Point. Followed in the event by Paxa Punch of Freedy, and last of all Panda's Nosy Boot. Passing the 800-metre mark onto Johnson's Corner, they go for the final time today. And it's Leica Mosh for Bruno Nito and Jim Taylor, searching for another win on the program. Out in the lead by a length and a half. Congratulating second spot. Third in the event is Clever Boy from Woods Point. Afridi well back with Packs a Punch. And at the tail end of the field was Panda's Nosy Boot. He peels out 3 horses wide. Like a Moss travels strongly up to the home bend. 300 to go. Out in the lead by 3 lengths. In second spot, Congratulate. This Clever Boy is on the improve out wider on the track as they swing. Like a Moss straightens the leader. Nicely clear. This Clever Boy into second spot. Finishing off strongly now. Like a Moss in front. A length and a half the margin. This Clever Boy trying hard. Like a Moss though. Will be too good in the last. Defeating This Clever Boy. Afridi got up for third. Followed in by Woods Point. Panda's Nosy Boot. Packs a Punch. And Congratulate, one of the tail enders. Great day for Jim Taylor. It's a treble for him today. Bruno Nito taking the ride on this 5-year-old mare, taken straight to the lead and has been able to hold off the challenges over the concluding stages to take out the final event. Number 5 is in the frame. 2, This Clever Boy second. 3, Afridi third. And the 4th placing will go the way of go the way of one of these runners. The judge obviously having a look at that photo for 4th. So it's 5, 2, 3 in a camera. Like a Mosh, the winner of the last. Bruno Nito, Jim Taylor combining. 5-year-old mare. Recording her second career win at start 19. 2, This Clever Boy second. Randy Tan riding for Tammy Muir. And 3, Afridi third. Jamie Gibbons taking the ride for Robert Keys. Officially 4th was 1, Woods Point. 5, 2, 3, 1. The numbers, race 7, King Island. 5, 2, 3 and 1. And his runners return to scale after the running of the Nutrien Harcourts Trophy. Time on the final event of the program was recorded in 1:25.85. 1:25.85. The winning margin was a length with a half separating second and third. 1 length by a half. We await the scales report to tidy up Recreational Day here at the King Island Racing Club today.
I was just about to say, just a little bit of housekeeping. If the children that were playing on the cardboard on the hill, I can see some there now, would they, when they finished, pick up the rubbish and put it in the bin? And Boyd reckons I'm a meanie, but I'm sure the ones that are doing it now will put it in the bin, but any of those that were involved before, if they'd like to come along and pick it up and put it in the bin, that'd be just very grateful. Thank you.
And you're right to keep going, Audrey, because it's correct weight on the last. 5231. 5231, all right to pay on the final event.
Thanks very much, Duncan. Okay, we now do have correct weight. Even though they've had all the photos taken already, they knew it was correct weight. So congratulations to Jimmy Taylor on a winning treble today. And congratulations to, who was a jockey on that one? Bruno, he had a win. Okay, is Bruno coming out? Thank you once again to Nutrient Harcourts. They've come on board this season, so thank you for coming on board to sponsor and supporting our racing club. We need all the sponsors that we can get. So I'll hand you over to Gary Sutton, who is representing Nutrients, to present the trophy to the winners.
Well, from Nutrient Harcourts, Tony Maguire can't be here, so I'm the stand-in man. And I'd like to congratulate the owners of the horse. Wonderful win. And, all the very best. And thanks to the jockey and thanks to the trainer. Did they have a trainer, Jimmy?
I'll just say a couple of words on behalf of the owners, on behalf of Peter and Val Chivers and the Strettons who can't be with us today, but they conveyed their congratulations to all of us. Adam Healy, bad luck, mate. You owe me $50. Thanks, Jimmy, for a great training effort again with this little mare. We love her. She's a good-looking animal. And to Nutrient Harcourts, real estate agents, if you want to buy some land, they're the people to see. Come and see Gary. He'll be here for the next other hour. So anyway, I think that's all I've got to say, and see you next week.
Thank you once again. And thank you to all the patrons that come along to support us today. Thank you very much. And once again, I hope those watching YouTube have enjoyed watching our day all across the world. So we do have another 2 horses about to go around for a gallop, the ones that got scratched today because Ismail and Mehmet didn't make it today, unfortunately. So bad luck to Debbie Monson, who had horses ready to race today. Sadly have to miss out on trying for a win. So we've just asked all the Life members to come for a photo, but unfortunately we don't think Rod McGarv is here yet, so we'll take it anyway. And technology these days will Photoshop Rod into our photo. So when Bill Hayes is ready, we'll get the photo organised. And also we'll do the draw for the raffle, and we'll also do the draw for the $50.